as well today. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Dusty Book Sniffers. My name's Nicole, and today I'm here with Sarah, and we are doing some reading and productivity sprints. I am quilting today and hoping to listen to an audiobook, but I'm still undecisive on what I'm going to be doing. And it's the start of a working week for me. It's still, for those in the Northern Hemisphere, lucky you guys are, it's still the weekend for you, so it's awesome. I will make a decision probably in the next 15-20 minutes of what I'm going to read and just go from there. So probably looking at the books that I've got, I really need to start this big chunkster one. That was the bingo prompt. Just looking at those. So yeah. What are you reading today, Sarah?
I'm reading Had to Be You by Lily Miller, which is actually two authors, Lily and Miller, which I didn't know until very recently. But I did read the first book and give it 4.5 stars. So hopefully this one is good. It is an indie romance, so that's nice. And I
Yep.
do have to say it reads very quick, but also very not like good literature. It's kind of more of like you're reading just somebody's an amateur writer of fan fiction, but it's still really enjoyable and they're really quick reads, or at least the first one.
Well, that's good that it's an enjoyable read.
Yeah, it's a fun
That
time. It's not like anything groundbreaking, but it's fun.
that's a bit like the one that the girls were reading on the weekend, Cupcakes for Your Orc. Like it's
Yeah.
no literary scholar type book or anything like that, but it's a fun time, like and you sometimes need those fun times. Hey,
Yeah.
alrighty, so well, that's good, at least you know what you're reading. I will get there. It's just been one of those mornings this morning. It was one of those weekends, best laid plans, and it just didn't happen for me. I ended up having to drive 6 hours yesterday. Luckily, on the way back, I didn't have to drive, which was fine. But then on Saturday, as I was saying earlier, I was in the back of house. I had driving lessons and all sorts of stuff over the weekend. So all of my plans that I had ready for the weekend just went out the window. So I didn't get any physical reading done or anything like that, which was a bit painful because I was hoping to go into today with nothing on my plate to read, but now I've still got 2 books to finish. All right, so I can see a few people are joining us this morning. It's nice and early for some of us here in Australia, but most of us are up and getting the day started. Chrissy is here this morning. Need to finish 2 physical books today. Pressure is on. I'm in the same boat. But I did read 16 books, and I do have to ask you, Sarah, I can't remember what the last book I logged was for the Beachathon.
Okay, well, what was the most recent book you read? Because I can't see who submits it, but I just see the titles.
Okay, I think the most recent book that I read, let me just have a look at that because it's on my Goodreads. I know that's up to date. I think the last book I logged was The Glamourist or The Conjurer by
Okay.
I'll let you do that and I'll keep going with the comments.
Okay.
Good morning, Jenny. Hey, I hope to be with you all day today. Awesome. You've got the day off. Awesome. After all that hard work of your audits that you've been doing, that is awesome that you've got the day off. It's good to have you hanging out with us. We also have Rolanda here as well. Hopefully it will be a very productive day, I'm sure. I will be quilting up a storm. Hi, Brittany. How are you going? Thanks for joining. I am about 80% through Cupcakes. For the orc. Yeah, that was I'm having a fun time reading that. I'm still watching your sprint from the weekend as well. So yeah, you'll see comments just coming up. I commented about the bathroom scene. I was just like absolutely wet myself laughing.
Yeah, the most recent one you logged was The Glamourist.
Okay, cool. No worries. Awesome. That is easy then. I have 1, 2, 3, possibly 4, maybe 5 books to log, so that's good. Awesome. We also have Butterflies and Books. Hey, lovelies, reading Wrong Bride, Katerina. Maura just started it. It's on KU. It sounds like a friends to lovers and a marriage of convenience romance. Awesome. Hello, Jen Apai Reads. Welcome to a wonderful Monday or Sunday for most of you. Everybody's saying hello. Hello, Chris. How are you today? Hope you had a great weekend. And Cool Gamer is also here as well. Hello. Good morning. People saying hello. Just watched your TBR. Yeah, I finished watching that this morning as well. You got some big chunks of books to read too. Big pile. So what was it, 10 in the end, I think you said you had? That's a big one. Thanks for watching. That's awesome that everybody watches and whatnot. It sounds a little bit creepy when you say that, doesn't it? It's great when everybody watches.
Everybody watches you.
It just sounds a little bit creepy, right?
Yeah.
Lois is just popping in to say, hi, I have to go out this morning. Started and finished Murder of Mr. Wickham yesterday and loved it. That is awesome. Can't wait to hear your thoughts over in our Discord. I have it on my to read this week. I can read it tomorrow because the amazing, I assume I can read it tomorrow. Is it do you know if it's going by the time where you are or the time?
Yeah, I think in the Discord she said it's like 12 a.m. on August 1st, wherever you are.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So
I'll be reading this tomorrow. I can't wait to read it. And it's blue, which is great. I'm still trying to work out what I can slip in during the month. I'm going through a lot of books that I've got on my shelf and that I've also got audio with as well. So Jenny's saying, nope, no day off, just breaks today, but polishing for the audit. Yep, fair enough. Hello, Pat. Good morning. Sarah has joined us this morning. What else have we got? Thanks. I'm also going for a personal 24-hour readathon. Wow. So May start all the dangerous things. Wow, that is awesome. Lots of reading going to be having. I have been absolutely enjoying myself reading it. I was spewing that I had to go out. Spewing means I was sad for those that aren't Australian and don't speak slang. So yeah, I was really gutted that I had to go out and do a driving lesson because I actually walked out and I'm like, really? Do I have to go? And she's like, yes, I need my hours. I'm like, all right then.
did you read the first one?
Pardon?
Did you read the first one they read months ago?
No, I didn't read the first one because I didn't know that they were reading it. And I think I dropped in on that sprint, maybe the second last sprint, but I remember them saying how awful it was. And I'm almost keen to go back and read it because it's only 74 pages or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
One. Yeah, I'm almost keen to go back and read it just to see how awful it was. But I'm actually really enjoying this one. It's actually really funny, and some of the things that have happened. The bath scene. I was in my bedroom reading it, and I was cracking up laughing yesterday morning before I had to go to Brisbane. And my daughter walked out and she goes, what are you reading? I'm like, and I explained it to her in the car as we were driving. And she's like, oh my God, that sounds so funny. And she doesn't read anything like that. She doesn't read romances or anything like that. She's very much a fantasy girl and whatnot. And she doesn't even really read fantasy romance either. And so it was quite interesting that she actually said, oh, that sounds really funny. I should give it a read. I'm like, it's only a short book. It's only going to be an hour and a half out of your time because she reads faster than me. And I said, but you'll have a good laugh at it. It's really good. So, yeah, so thanks for reading that book on your birthday sprints. Really, it was great. And I think I'm at 82%. If I remember, everybody just saying hello Christina, how are you? Glad that you're here again. Thank you for joining. I'm going to be trying to get a few books done. I have under 30 hours to get 4 books read. Don't really think I'm going to make it, but we can try, right? That's exactly right. The pump is on, and I changed it to the end of month reading and sprints over on the channel. So hopefully everybody can get some of their books that they want to get finished for the month of July. I only have 2 more to go. But in saying that, I've also read 16 this month. So I'm okay. I'm okay if I don't get those 2 finished. Because well, one's from the weekend. I should get that finished tonight, the cupcakes one. But Breaking the Spell, I don't think I'm going to get that one finished, but I can try. I think I've got 100 pages, maybe 150 pages to go, but I can't stop work until I finish this quilt today. And then I also have The Orphan Sky, which is my read for Azerbaijan for the Read Around the World Challenge, and I'm about halfway through that, and I'm definitely not going to get that finished. I've read about 6 chapters this month, so I have made some headway, but not a great. Everybody just saying hello. Yes, 10. The game was mean to you this time. I have all the faith in the world that you can do it, though. And I'm sure, like, with all the sprints and everything that you've got happening and whatnot this month, you definitely will get it done.
Yeah, and you got a lot of blue books. She got a lot of blue
Yes.
books on your TBR, so that's good. It'll give you lots of points for the amazing readathon.
I've got a pile right there, and then there's a whole heap on a shelf that I've moved all the blue books out, so I can just go to the shelf and
I'm like, why did I choose red? I'm like, I have no red books, but like it was the smallest team, and it has some people that like I wanted to just join their team because obviously I have the most blue books, but like everyone was on that team, so I felt like I should like be on somebody else's team.
It's the biggest team. Like, apparently it's got, like, when I looked last, there was like 100 and like, I think it was 120 last time I looked, but I know it's bigger than that now.
Yeah.
I've sort of got, I don't have, just what you're saying then, red books. I can see that because it has to be 50%, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 books that I've got red on them. The rest are, well, most of the books I have are blue, but then the rest are all really dark. So they're like black, or they're motley green, and like
red's
the deep
the smallest
green.
Team though, so
yeah.
Oh, but actually, it's a good thing that pink counts because that's gonna help me out.
Because I don't think there are, like, you'd have to prove, like, even going into the shop, red doesn't really seem to be a color that is
like,
on
book covers. I can't think of many red books even like that I've ever seen.
No, I've got I have Frankenstein. I could read that. That's red. Or Christmas Carol. That's got a red cover. If you get the fancy ones.
Both of those, but I read both of them.
Yeah. Do you like middle grade?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not 50%.
But I think I have a copy of A Tale of Two Cities that might be 50% red.
Yeah, I think that is actually red. From memory.
Because I know it has red, I just don't know if it's enough red.
Have you read A Good Girl's Guide to Murder?
Yeah, that book's gray though, and I haven't read the second one, so I guess I could read that.
Is it? But the spine's red on mine. Oh yeah,
it's
white.
Yeah, because it's different copy.
Yeah. It's more white than red. It just looks red from here, so yeah. Fair enough then. Where were we up to? Yeah, that's going to be hard for you. Yeah, maybe you might need to switch teams. Oh no. Yes, Monday morning in the UK. It is very early in the UK. It's midnight for you. Kick off the sprints, whatever comes first. Okay, cool. No worries. Because when I woke this morning, the first prompt was already up. So and it went up at midnight my time. So I don't know what time that was where Bree was, but so yeah. I'll be reading Assassin's Blade by Sarah J. Maas. Look, I even know the initials. I've seen it mentioned so many times. If I didn't know what that was, take me out the back. I'm putting my kids to bed during the first sprint. Awesome. I'll be loading a quilt in the first sprint. Trying to hydrate, as you said, that almost did a spit take. That's funny. Hello, Laura. Welcome. Thank you for joining. When you're talking about watching people's videos. Yeah. It sounds so creepy. Like when you go, oh, I watched you. Like, no. I watched your video. You have to add that video in.
Yeah, it's like, I watched you in your house. Creepily. You were sitting in your bedroom.
It sounds so creepy. It's even like I had an experience with my craft channel a few years ago. I went to a stitching meetup, and like we're really good friends now, and the girl that approached us, she goes, "Oh, I watched you," and then she just stopped herself and she goes, "Oh my god, I sound such like a creeper." And that's how we met each other, like through through that just strange meeting in a craft meetup, and it was just really weird, and we often joke about it. It's quite funny. Hello, Monica. Thank you. We also say gutted, yeah. Spewing or gutted. Spewing you couldn't go. Gutted that you missed out is how you use it. Well, that's how I use it. So yeah. Every now and again, the Australian slang comes out of my mouth. I try to sort of stay on top of it, but yeah. The first one is not it, but the sprints are nuts. Yes. Speaking of sprints, while we're talking about that, this month, for those that want to know where all the sprints are happening, any sprints that I'm appearing on during the month on someone else's channel will also be in my playlist. When you come to the homepage, you'll see all of my August sprints are already up, and then you'll see other ones. So the second, because today's not the first, the 2nd of August, I'm over on Brittany's channel. So I've already shared that link into my playlist, so you can find it there if you're looking for it. And that is Brittany's Tuesday night sprints. And then at the end of the month, there'll be a couple of other ones added in, and a couple more on Brittany's channel as well throughout the month added in there. So if you want to find sprints, that's where you'll find them. And any that I'm going to go and hang out in the comments or anything like that, I'll probably add in there as well. Just makes it easier for everybody. I'm reading an arc of the Forest Grim and enjoying it. Awesome. I like the title. Sounds good. Want to finish before kickoff sprints tomorrow. That may be a challenge. I think a lot of people are trying to finish a lot of stuff before it. I got lost on Discord earlier. Got my bingo sheet, but did not help get through my books. Oops. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Oh, dear me. I noticed that there was a couple that are reading a similar book, so they're going to do it. It looks like they're going to do a buddy read as well, which is great because the bingo prompt went up yesterday. And the sheets are over in the Discord as well. 51%. Oh, I went back one. 51% of your team's color needs to be on the cover. Yep, for it to. But my understanding is that, yes, it has to be that color to get the bonus points, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't necessarily
that just gets you extra points.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Still trying to wrap my head around it. There are a lot of books with red covers on KU. There you go. Do you have Kindle Unlimited?
No.
No.
I'm like the only romance reader without Kindle Unlimited.
Maybe see if you can get a deal where you can sign up for 3 months and get the 3 months free that they sometimes offer. So if you can't sign up for that. Stay Awake by Megan Golden, I believe is what you're reading. Is that correct? Awesome. Laura's Bookish Life depends on the edition, because the one I've got on ebook is purple. Well, there you go. Yeah, like we've got books here that are different colors and called different names and all that sort of stuff as well. Almost all the books are black. Fiery Cross by Diana Golden is red. Well, there you go. We're getting some red recommendations in for you. That's a big book, though. We want books that we can burn through, really, don't we? Yeah, short ones. I choose blue because I have so many blue books. I'm the same. I've got a good mix of black and dark green, and I've got a few yellows as well, and what you would consider a yellow color, like a mustardy yellow. But the blue, like when I pulled the books out, the blue actually outweighed everything else. So, yeah, Brie uploaded the clue early so people could plan and look for their first book. Awesome. Smash the like button. Thank you, Pat. Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate that. For a non-reader, this color book challenge is opening up my eyes that maybe there are a lot of blue books produced, maybe not so many red ones. I think there is, but it just depends, because Sarah is actually also doing, is it the historical romance? or is it historical or just romance?
Historical gets you extra points, but just romance
Cool.
is what it's based around.
Yeah, and I did find one that I found one earlier on my shelf that Sarah hasn't read by Tessa Bailey, so it'll make the 2 prompts. So yeah, hello Mood Reader, thanks for joining. I appreciate you being here. I love Oz slang. It makes the life feel like home. That's it, eh? Every now and again it comes out. It depends on what channel I'm on. If I'm on my craft channel, I have a predominantly American audience, so it doesn't come out too often over there because it just starts confusing everybody. And I drop a lot of letters as well. Like I shorten all my words and all that sort of stuff as well. So, and I never used to do that, and I get in trouble off my best friend all the time for doing it. But since I've been with my husband, because we talk so fast, we just drop everything down. So yeah, everything's sort of like in Australian shorthand when we speak. You just get bonus points. Yep. Correct. You do not need to read your team color. It gives you bonus. Awesome. It's good that we've got Brittany in in the comments to help us out. You can pop in if you want, Brittany, if you want to hang out with us on screen. Just the link is over in the Discord. Pop in anytime you want. I am not on KU either, Sarah. So yeah, and it's not for everybody. I have it because I have so much trouble getting books here, like physical books. Some titles I can't get, but now I'm finding that on when someone says it's on Kindle Unlimited that I'm watching, I'll go and look, and it's here in Australia. It's not on Kindle Unlimited.
Oh, weird.
So there was one the other day. I can't even remember what it was now, but I decided, well, I'm not going to read it because I don't know anything about the author or anything. And it was still $17 to get the ebook, so I just decided that I wasn't going to do that one.
Yeah, I'm just not a huge ebook reader. I like the physical books.
Yeah,
So
I'm the same.
I'm gonna spend
Yeah.
my money on physical books, not ebooks. If I read
Yeah.
the ebooks, it's from the library, generally.
Yeah. So yeah, like that shelf there, all those books there, and the one that you can't really see on the corner there, they're all my to be read books. And then there behind that door there's another shelf that's double stacked with to be read books as well. And then I had to get another, like, it's a plant stand, but my daughter's been using it as a bookshelf for many years, and I put all my TBR that for August over onto that because I couldn't find it on the on the other shelves. So, and I'm like, I kept losing the books. I know they're here somewhere, and that's why I pulled out this stack of blue books here and sat them here. So whenever the prompts can come out, I can check them. And most of them have audio on the library, so if I need to, I can use it for, I can squeeze it in and whatnot. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. We're going to go for our first sprint. Those that have not been here before, we are going to endeavor to try to do 15:45. We definitely do 45-minute sprints, and then around 3 hours, we do an hour sprint. That's when I go and have lunch. So we're going to do 15:45. Let me just bring this up. We have an autumn scene today, and there are nature sounds. So if you're listening to an audio book, the video will stop. So set your alarm so you know to come back, and we will see you in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Hello, everybody. How did we all go? Where am I up to in the comments? Just let me start that. All right, I made a decision. I decided to go with this one, although some other books were calling me off the shelf, but I decided to go with this one, and I managed to get 25 pages read and half the quilt loaded in. Yeah, and phone calls. So yeah, but it started out okay. So Chrissy has actually picked this book on my August TBR. So if you haven't seen that video, it's on the channel. Go check it out. Yeah, so she's picked these books. So I have no say in what I'm reading, just what's on the list. So I've started with the first one, and it's set in 1923, and it's in Australia as well, from what I can tell. Yes. So yeah, this is an Australian author, Joy Detman, and it's called Pearl in a Cage. So yeah, that's what I ended up going with. It's going to be a bit of a long book. The narrator, because I'm listening to it, I found it on my library app. The narrator's pretty good. I like the sound of her voice, and so far the story is good, and just some of the descriptions of the people that have come to visit because someone's died and they're having a funeral, and yeah, and now they've found a mysterious woman. They don't know where she's come from, and she was badly hurt. So yeah, so 25 pages, not too bad considering I had a couple of phone calls, one of which was from the lady that wanted the quilt that I'm doing the quilt for, and she won't be in till Thursday, so I'm not so much under the pump now, which is great because she's her husband's been ill, so she just rang me to let me know that she wasn't coming in tomorrow. She's now coming in on Thursday, so I can breathe a little bit today. I won't have to work into the night today, so I can just work my normal hours and then finish it off tomorrow, which is good. So, and all the other quilts I've got to do aren't as big as this one, so this is the biggest one I've got this week to do, which is good. So yeah. So how'd you go, Sarah?
I got 22 pages read. I watched YouTube and had something to eat, so pretty good sprint.
Excellent. It went quick, although I feel a little bit out of breath because you would have seen, if you were looking up it, or you would have seen me trying to wrestle with a big piece of fabric to get it in, and then the wadding and all the rest of it. And then I'm like, I need to rest the next sprint.
Take it.
I've still got to put the quilt top on as well, so that's big as well. So yeah. All right, let's see what happened in the comments and how everybody went. Pat was also reminding us to hydrate as well. That is a very good reminder because I haven't filled up my water this morning, so I'll have to do that in the next sprint. Shayna has also joined us during that sprint as well. Good morning, good evening. Yes, I'm well, and I believe Sarah is well as well. You were sick last week, Sarah. Are you feeling better?
Yes, much better.
Oh, that's good. That's good. And Shana is also cleaning her room. That is very productive. Hello, India Chords. Welcome. Thank you very much for joining. At least the comments are working today after Friday's debacle. Oh, my goodness. And I must apologise for those that were still on Friday afternoon. StreamYards decided that when I got to almost 7 hours of streaming, that was enough for the day and just shut it all down. And ended the stream. And I had no idea because I wasn't near the computer, and I had my audio on, so my phone wasn't on the stream, it was on the audio. And I think it was Rolanda or Chrissy sent me a message and said, did you end the stream? I went, no, StreamYards did. Came out and they kicked me out. So yeah, that was fun. I only had one more sprint to go, so it wasn't too bad. Got 5% of Wrong Bride. It's pretty good so far. That is awesome. And made pasta. The pasta is ready for dinner. Awesome. Excellent. What sort of pasta are you having? I like a good pasta dish. What about you, Sarah? Do you like pasta?
Yes, I love pasta.
Yeah. I could eat pasta every day.
Yeah. I did for many years because I'm a very picky eater. And then, it's like I got tired of it, but now I'm back. I eat it sometimes, but I don't think I could eat it every day. Been there, done that.
Yeah. I still could. I grew up on pasta and I could still eat it every day. It's not great for me to eat it every day, but I definitely could. And I went through a phase of making my own pasta as well. And I used to make up a big batch of it on the Sunday, and then I cook it all up, and then I just bundle it up into meals and whatnot, and I'd have all different sorts of pasta. But my favourite is to have cold pasta with pesto on it and Parmesan cheese for lunch with a bit of a side salad. So it's a cold dish as opposed to a hot dish. It's so yummy, so yummy. Brittany read 30 pages of Paris Delian Court is about to crumble. Is that right? Is that how you'd pronounce it? Delian Court? Delian Court? Anyway, that's what she's reading. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Only read a few pages, but cleaned up the house as well. That is awesome. I do like good productivity as well. What else have you got planned for today, Sarah?
Probably just watching TV.
Awesome.
Nothing interesting. Because it's probably going to be on here for a few hours, right? And then it's going to be not late, but evening.
So what are you watching? Any interesting series at the moment?
Yeah, I've been watching The Walking Dead.
Oh, okay, cool. My husband used to watch that. I never got into it though. He loved it. He thought it was brilliant. And there's a lot of offshoots of that show now too, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Brittany's saying, yeah, StreamYards can be so rude. I know. Like, I was not ready to finish sprinting. I ended up putting a pin post. Yeah, StreamYards decided that I was not sprinting anymore today. But the good news is I have reached 3,000 hours of watch time, which is absolutely fabulous. So I'm pretty happy about that. That was one of my goals, to have that done by the end of July, and I achieved that on Friday. So that's excellent. So thank you for everybody that has been helping me to achieve that by leaving me on or showing up every day that I'm sprinting. It's been awesome. So yeah. Tina has just joined us as well. Sorry, I'm late. That's okay. Life gets in the way. I'm not sure what you're all talking about, but pasta is everything. I agree. I absolutely agree. There is a little bit of a lag in the comments. Like, I'm clicking on them and they're taking a little bit to come up. So, yeah. I would have to agree with that statement totally. I love pasta. I love like lasagnas and spaghetti bologneses. I like carbonaras, all the creamy sauces. I love all those. Not so great for the body, but so I have them few and far between. But yeah, I do love a good pasta, and I always overeat. If there's pasta, I'm always going to overeat every time without fail, and I just sit there going, oh, I've eaten too much. Currently editing a dinner. Is that eating? Dinner, baked chicken and cabbage. I'm reading Death Over Easy by Maddie Day. Awesome. Sounds like a good book. Read a few chapters of the Babysitters Club that you're reading. Oh my goodness, that's an oldie. Wow. Flashback to when you're younger, I no doubt. Yay for 3,000 hours watch time. Yes, live streaming has very, very much helped with that. And as I was saying, I do appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out with me, whether it be on screen or in the comments. It's quite the little achievement when you get to those watch hours. Now all I've got to do is get to the subscribers, and we'll be all good to go. So yeah. Hopefully this next sprint I will get quite a bit listened to, because all the normal regular, I generally don't get a lot of phone calls after 10 a.m. So, yeah, hopefully I'll get more read and get up to that part whether I'm going to DNF or not. So, yeah, but so far I'm liking it. So, Chrissy, so far, good choice. It's Masala and Coke, good choice. Masala and Coke, good choice is from a movie. Chopper Read is the movie, and my husband says it all the time when anything's a good choice. So, yeah, a lot of people will be going, what is she talking about? I'm trying to reread the first 12 this year. Got them on, cool. Got them on eBay. How much did you pay for them on eBay? Because I've seen them go for quite a pretty penny. It's not going there we go. Come up that time. Yeah, so I've seen them go for quite an expensive amount for what they are. Like, I've seen them for $9 and $10. So hopefully got them nice and cheap. I've never read any of them. I think I may have read one when I was at school. I'm not too sure. Have you ever read the Babysitting Club?
No, but a lot of people I know have.
Yeah. I think one of my daughters read a couple of them from memory, but yeah, that like just got them from the library or whatever the case may be. All right. Well, we have got to the end of the comments. So we're almost oh, look at that. We're going to go at almost 15 minutes. Woo! First time for everything. All righty, let's start. We've got a little bit of time, but we'll restart the timer and go to another sprint. I'm hoping that I will be able to get a lot further along in the next sprint. Yeah, I think it was 40 for 8. That's not too bad, but still, considering when they were published, that's, yeah. All right, let's go to another sprint. I'll start the timer and I'll see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Well, hello. How did everybody go in that sprint? I didn't get as much as I would have liked to get read. I forgot that I had to do an intro for a vlog, so I did that. I got the quilt sorted. That's all in and whatnot now. So now I can, and I filmed the beginning of that for a behind the scenes vlog. So yeah, and now it's just ready. I've finished wrestling for the morning, and I can now continue on getting that quilted and listening to the book and whatnot. So far I'm liking it. It's a bit different, but yeah, I'm liking it so far. How's your book going?
That looks good. I read 54 pages, that sprint, and I really like it. I'm not sure if I like it as much as the first one, but I am still enjoying it.
Awesome. Yeah, I've never read anything by this author, so this is yeah, it's different. So it's historical fiction, which I like reading. So it's just starting to get its legs and all that sort of stuff. We're getting a lot of backstory about the different characters, I assume, that are going to be throughout the book and all the rest of it. There's a little bit of a mystery happening as well. So yeah, it's and just like some of the descriptions in the book about the family that's coming to the woman that died. Just like, it's so Aussie the way they explain it. So let's have a look and see what happened in the comments with everybody else. Don't forget to let us know what you are reading if you joined during that sprint as well. Hello, Coda. Coda joined during the sprint. How are you today? What are you reading today? I am just going back to Coda. I will be on Friday reading some of Wheel of Time book 6. So that's when I'm going to start it, because I've got a few things I've got to do at the beginning of the week before I get into that. So, and then I'm just going to listen to that while I'm doing sprints, hopefully, fingers crossed, at least a couple of chapters each sprint. Yeah. So if you want to start book 6 with me, that'd be cool if you did. Didn't read much. I wanted to either, but as much as I wanted to do either, but a little of The Wrong Side Bride. Awesome. I got up to page 200. Excellent. Sounds like you're getting close to the end. I was watching YouTube and trying to finish crochet projects for my aunt, but then ran out of yarn. Oh, how annoying! Do you have to go far to get some more yarn, or that'd be very annoying? I hate it when I run out of stuff, because I live a long way from any craft stores or anything like that. Like, we've got quilting stores and stuff in town, so I'm okay for quilting stuff, but and I've got a lot of quilting stuff here myself. But as for other supplies such as yarn and different things that you might need to finish stuff, I always have to make sure I've got a decent supply, because otherwise it's like 6-hour round trip to go, or about 5-hour actually round trip to the closest craft store. Had dinner and watched a show with boys. Awesome. What show did you watch? I did some paperwork and you're done and now ready to read. Excuse me, I just downed my coffee, so now I've got the hiccups. That's awesome that you've got all your paperwork done and now you can just relax and read. That's awesome. Tina, with just a little bit left then, and I'm going to get some ice cream. Awesome. Love ice cream. I have been eating lately. My daughter works at Hungry Jack's here, which is like Burger King. And they've got a sundae there called it's Biscoff, and it comes with these biscuits. It's like a multi-coffee caramelly sort of taste that they crush over the ice cream, and they're so addictive and so nice. I'm like, I had to say to her the other day, please don't bring another one home. She was just bringing one home every other day, and I'm like, don't bring another one home. Oh, but they are so tasty. Erin is reading A Court of Thorn and Roses. How are you today, Erin? You joined during that sprint, I assume. Hope everything is going well in your neck of the woods. And well, back to Coda. It's jumping around in the comments again at Bucker House. I'm reading The Troop by Nick Cutter right now. Walked out of the room. Did you say you started book? No, I haven't. I haven't started book 6 yet. I am starting it on Friday. I plan to start it in the sprints on Friday because I'm planning to have all of my work done by Friday so I can have a relaxing day because I've worked for the last few, well, apart from the weekend, I'd worked 15 days straight. So yeah, so basically I want to have a day off, and Friday I have scheduled down for a day off. Supernatural, the Scooby-Doo episode. Awesome. I'm only about halfway through that, through Supernatural. I committed to 7 seasons, and then I couldn't commit to any more. So I've still got a lot of Supernatural to watch for sure. You don't have any craft store. Bugger. That's a bit of a bugger. I'll see you order it online. Excellent. I can do that too with the Spotlight store, but sometimes it comes here quick, and then other times, like, it is actually quicker for me to just to drive and get it, because sometimes I can end up waiting for 2 or 3 weeks because they might not have it. They might have to come from like at the store closest to me, or come from an interstate store or something. So yeah, I've been a bit hit and miss with ordering craft supplies online. So most times I'm near a Spotlight store and I know what I need, and I'll grab it. Everything is good with Erin, and I am well, and Sarah is much better than what she was earlier on during the week, so that's good. Everybody is well, and Coda says yes, I'll start with you. Awesome. So that'll be your Thursday evening. So yeah, I'll be starting that at 9 a.m. on Friday, and I'm pretty much just going to be listening or reading. Obviously I might do a little bit of craft and yeah, listen to it as well, because I have it on audio because my partner wants to listen to it. So I've just been getting them on audio as I get to the book, even though I've got the physical ones, and I do a little bit of immersive reading and whatnot as well. And I still have not gone to listen to the podcast. So I have to do that in the next couple of days as well. I might do that for an hour each day and catch up and make sure that I have the story straight going into book 6, because I got a little bit confused with book 8 on Wheel of Time. Book 5. And I've from about chapter 8 onwards, I've got a little bit lost. So I just want to make sure that I've got it all okay. I remember Supernatural Scooby-Doo episode being an amazing episode. Was my favorite show when I was a kid. The whole family's watch party. Awesome. I remember watching Scooby-Doo when I was a kid as well. Like, it was a good show. Tina made brownies and a gigantic bowl of mac and cheese. Not just a bowl of mac and cheese, a gigantic bowl of feeding the neighborhood, are you? Stormy has just joined. Hello. I have 2 print books I'm working on, both Older Harlequin Christmas Bride by Marie. I'm not even going to try that last name. And Castaway by Laura Ames. Awesome. Would like to finish them both by tomorrow. Excellent. Yeah, we were talking about me trying to finish books, and I don't think that's going to happen. I possibly could get it done this afternoon. Do you have any books that you've got to get finished by the end of the month, Sarah?
No, I'm hoping to finish the one I'm reading, but I don't need to.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. And everything wraps up for your readathon tomorrow as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have to do adding up all the points on, not tomorrow, because I'll wait till the end of the day. And then everyone has a couple days to log them, and I will probably announce the winner sometime later this week.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. Go, my team, Dolphins. If any Dolphins are in the comments, get those books read, get them logged. I said I've got 5 to log. 4 or 5 to log. So we'll see how I go. Where was up to? Of Butterflies and Books says that's a perfect combo. It is. Mac and cheese is tasty. Not my favourite pasta dish, but I don't mind it in winter time. It's really, I don't know. It's like a comfort food, I guess. I love Scooby-Doo, so that episode was very nostalgic. Listening to Uninvited by Sophie Jordan and have having the electric going off in a big thunderstorm. Yeah, I'm pretty lucky where I live. I don't get a lot of blackouts. So yeah. I got the audio too for Garden Time. I had read wiki summaries on a few chapters. Yeah, see, I could do that. There is a podcast. It's called Wheel of Time. As a husband and wife team that are reading the books. He's read it several times, but she's reading it for the first time, and then basically they're talking through chapter by chapter what's happening and all that sort of stuff. They're currently on book 11 because they're season 11. So I'm thinking that I'm going to go back because I can listen to that while I'm pottering around the house and just make sure. But I feel like when I picked up the book again, and I sort of was just flicking through and sort of skimming the chapters, I feel like it was from about chapter 8 or 9 where I started to lose where I was at in the story. So I think if I go back and listen to those chapters, I can speed them up because they're on YouTube as well. So I can speed them up, skip the ones that I don't need to listen to and all that sort of stuff. But wiki summary sounds like a good place too. Yeah, I got lost a couple of times as well, and I missed Perrin as well. There wasn't much happening. He's probably my favorite character. Him and Egwene and Matt. I wish they'd just bump him off. He drives me mental with the choices that he makes. Sometimes it's just like, I don't want to read about him. Have one more to log, and then the book currently reading for Team Crabs. I have, and Christina also has a few more to log for Team Dolphins. Go Team Dolphins. And hopefully Leandra's got a few more to log as well. Who else is on Team Dolphins? How many are on Team Dolphins?
I think they're pretty much even. I think they have around 13, 14 people on each team.
Okay, cool. Awesome. That's pretty good. Hello, I'm trying to finish 2 books for the Hunger Games readathon, reading Salt Eater and Just One Spark, but suddenly I want to start new books. Yeah, it's because it's the end of the month. I'm exactly the same. The last weekend of the month, I'm just so keen to get into the next month's books and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, it's so hard. Like, I've got to finish these books, like I can't go into the new month. The ones that I've still got on the go, so the Azerbaijan one and the Breaking Spell one that I was reading earlier in the month. The Breaking Spell is a non-fiction, so I don't really need to finish that in that month that I started, so I'm happy to let them float over. And Azerbaijan one that I have to read, I should have had that read by the middle of the month so I could put out an episode for it, but I didn't get to it. I got sidetracked and kept getting to pick it up. I have, however, made more progress in it. I think I've read about 30, 40 pages maybe, because the chapters are fairly short. And so I just figured, you know what, it'll happen when it happens. So, because that's for that Read Around the World challenge that I'm doing. And I've got all my that's the last book for the A countries, all the countries that start with A. The next lot is B, and I've got most of those books already either on Kindle, in Audible, and whatnot. So I think I'll move through them a little bit quicker, because it was really hard to find books that, one, I wanted to read, because I didn't just want to read anything from the country. And it was like Azerbaijan took me ages to find something, but the book that I'm reading is very similar to The Kite Runner, which I read for Afghanistan. So I'm enjoying it. It's about communism and all that sort of stuff, but I just don't pick it up as often as I really should, because there's been, bright, sparkly other books to read. So hopefully this coming month I will read a few more chapters in it and get it done, and then I can, because I've been vlogging as I've been going. So I think I started it, must have been March when I started it, March or April. And so whenever I've got something to say about the book, I've been filming that, and I've got them all sitting in a folder. So once it's done, it'll be quick and easy to put together. But it's just getting the book finished. I should have had it done 2 weeks ago. I don't think I'm going to finish my July list, but I will get as many as I can. Yeah. sometimes it's a little hard to get everything done. For the most part, if I don't read my entire TBR, I don't really care. Like I don't roll it over. Sometimes I will, sometimes I won't. I'll just put it back on my shelf and pick it up another time, as long as I can get something. And this year's been pretty good because I've read, when I done my mid-year freak out, I had read 48 books off my physical TBR this year so far. So I was pretty happy with that. And I've read a few off my Kindle as well, which is good. Yes, cannot wait to start next month's reading. I done a little bit of a sneaky read on the weekend because I was driving yesterday and I listened to it, which was the Stitches in Crime series that we're reading over in Discord. I listened to August's book yesterday, so snuck that in a couple of days early. So that's another one I've got to log to. So yeah. Most of the reading next month is just doing for book clubs and buddy reads. That is awesome. I cannot wait to start my August TBR. Lots of historical romance for the romance readathon. Awesome. You will have that all sorted for sure, Storm.
Let us know what team you're on, because I'm on Team Hoyden, so
Yeah.
wondering what team you're on.
What was that? Sorry.
Oh, I just said, let us know what team you're on, because I'm participating in that readathon as well.
Oh, okay. Yep. Cool. So yeah, there's a few people I noticed that because when I went into the my subscription list today, there was a lot of TBR videos that had popped up overnight. So there was quite a number that were that are participating in both, or the three main ones: the amazing readathon, the romance one, and Aurelium. So yeah. I had a book I started, but then realized it was part of a series, so I stopped. But then had a hard time going for another one. Yeah, that sometimes can throw you off track a little bit. Thanks to Chrissy, I now have a series of 7 books that I have to read. So hopefully I like this one. If I don't, I won't continue on, obviously. And Storm is on Team Blue Stocking. Nice name. Alrighty, the timer has gone off and we've got to the end of the comments. So we are going to go for another 45-minute sprint. Let me just restart that one. And I will see you all in 45 minutes. Bye. Hello, everybody. Got a little bit sidetracked with my quilt then. I got another, I don't know how much I got read. I think I got another 20 pages read during that sprint. I haven't checked, but it's interesting story. I'm getting up to the point where I have to make a choice. Am I going to keep reading or am I going to DNF it? And I got one row of quilting done, so that was good. So I'm happy with my progress there. How'd you go?
I got to page 150, so about 70-ish pages. So I'd say that was pretty well. I think that went pretty well.
Yeah, that's awesome. I don't think I've ever been able to read 70 pages in 45 minutes. So I'm up to chapter 9 in the book. So, which is good. So 9 chapters in, and yeah, it's very interesting indeed.
Yeah, I'm like halfway through now.
Awesome. It's not a very big book, or?
No, it's only like 300 pages. So.
Okay, cool. So
and it reads really fast. Today. That's why I'm reading it so fast.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, let's see what happened in the comments. Hopefully the comments are still working and all that sort of stuff. So we had, where was up to? There it is. So we had happy reading from Erin. Thank you. And Courtney joined as we went to the sprint as well. And yay for reading. I just read a comment that just popped up from Chrissy. Didn't read, just watching YouTube again. YouTube is hindering your reading today, Tina. That's all good. We have to do something, right? My mouse is not working now. Gosh, I'm not having much luck with my technology today. Where is it? Okay, don't DNF it. No, I probably won't. I'm actually enjoying it, although I wasn't prepared for some of the language around race that's in it that we often hear used here in Australia to describe First Nations people. So yeah, I wasn't prepared for that. I'm like, oh, or was I prepared? Chrissy knows what I'm talking about here. For when she was dreaming about her son at the butcher, was not prepared for that sentence either. So yeah, I'm like, oh, okay, that was a bit descriptive, a little bit more than what I needed to know. But yeah, I won't say any more than that because it'd be a bit of a spoiler. So worked on Castaway on page 197 of 296. Oh, you don't have much to go at all. That is going to smash that out. Awesome. Watched another episode while we finished dinner and made 2 more squares. Awesome. That's on the blanket. Is that still the same blanket that you were making last week? We'll be reading the rest of the night as my boys are going to do some D&D. Awesome. Sounds like a fun night ahead. I have put my book down somewhere because I'm listening to it. And the next question is, what are we reading? So I'll let you answer, Sarah, while I go and find mine.
I'm reading Had to Be You by Lily Miller, and this is the second book in the Bennett family series, and it is an indie romance series.
And what is it about?
It's about a family of 3 brothers and 1 sister, so they each get their own book. And this one is following the girl from the first book, her best friend, and then the guy's brother. And this one, they hooked up one night, and then they didn't speak for months, and now they're kind of getting back together.
Cool. I am reading Joy Detman's Pearl in a Cage. It's book 1 in a series. I think Chrissy said it was 7 are in the series. It says it's in 1923 on the back, but it's actually set in 1924 because we come into the story right at the end of 1923. And yeah, there was a body found next to the railway tracks, and yeah, so they're trying to figure out who that is. And she was with she had a newborn as well. So the newborn is still in the town. The young woman died not long after they found her. They believe she died from blood loss. They don't know whether she was pushed from the train or anything like that. And yeah, so and then there's just a whole bunch of characters in this small logging town, and it's telling their story. So right now we're at the midwife's daughter's house with the young baby. She is looking after it. There's a whole heap of things that lead up to them ending up looking after it. So yeah, so that's sort of where I'm at the moment. According to that, I'm up to chapter 9, which is page 72. So as the chapters, because they're not numbered, so as the chapter clicks over when I'm listening to it, I'm moving the bookmark along so I know where I'm at. Because otherwise I'll spend an hour tonight trying to figure out where I'm at. Because on the app it doesn't have the chapter name, so I can't even find it that way. It's just numbered. So yeah, so I thought I'd do that. Keep the book with me at the quilting machine and just go along. So at the moment, I'm enjoying it. There's some language from that era that was used in a derogatory term and stuff like that. But so far, it's pretty good. I'm interested to see where it goes. No. So yeah, so that's what I'm reading, and then everybody else is reading all their stuff, which we're learning about as we go. Yes, they are the small squares, so it'll take a little while. Awesome. I still have done no crochet on my project at all. I really should get it out and try and put some into this week and see if I can't do it while I'm listening to some of my audiobooks at night. Read 8% of Dead Woman's Pond. Are you liking it, Dawn? Is it what is the book about and who is the author? I think you may have said it earlier, but I don't remember. Hoping after I get my books recorded for July, I can concentrate on the blanket for a few days. Yes, but then August rolls around and you'll have more books to concentrate on. Never-ending cycle. I clicked over my 100th book on Friday for the year, so I'm pretty happy with that. That was my Goodreads goal for the year, and I've already done it. So now I can just chill out. And not that I didn't care whether I got to 100. It was just a number I put in, and yeah. So if I didn't make it, I didn't make it. If I made it, well, yay. Last year, I think it was October, I got to that. September, October it was. So around about the same timing, a little bit ahead of schedule. And the Women's Prize for Fiction really helps boost those numbers because there's 16 books in that long list. So, yeah. So what are you planning to read after this one?
I don't know, probably something from my August TBR. I haven't decided what yet, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to read those books. But like, I have no punishment if I don't read them. Like, I have no mandatory reads. But
Yeah.
I don't know, probably maybe not a romance right away because I've been reading a lot of those. So maybe something else, but I'm not sure what.
Mm-hmm. It's always a hard decision, isn't it?
I know, I always stare at my bookshelf and it's like takes like an hour to decide what book, and then I'm like, okay, this one. Okay, maybe not.
Yeah.
I'll pick it. It's so hard, and then I spend more time trying to decide than I spend reading the book.
So are you a mood reader, or do you prefer mood reading, or do you prefer a TBR?
I prefer both. I like to make a TBR and then mood read from the TBR.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
like a variety of genres and things on my TBR, and then I can mood read like what I'm in the mood for.
Yeah, I'm a bit the same. Like I'm a mood TBR. I have a TBR, like my bingo. I pick when I do the prompts. I pick from the shelf the stuff that I think that I'll be in the mood for over that 12-week period. And my monthly one is the same sort of thing. I'll pull a heap of books off that I think I'm in the mood for. And a lot of time I don't even look at the synopsis or anything like that. I'll look at the cover and yeah, I'll go, oh, yeah, I'll see what that is about. Or I might read, the highlighted, like these bits that they put on there. I'll read that and see what someone else has said about it. I'm like, oh, that sounds a bit interesting. And then I've got a shelf. And sometimes, like, I'll show a certain amount on my TBR, but then I have a little pile of maybes that I might add in if I get to the end of my TBR. So most times I try to have about 8 to 10 books on my TBR. I've got 8 this month, plus extras from the from the group reads. So Chrissy chose 8 for me, and then I've got 3 that are group reads that we're doing. So, and then I've got my classics and stuff like that, but they're only little bits and pieces that I'm reading of those. So I just listen to them, and in one night I'll do, each book, and that's only 4 nights out of the month, so it doesn't take much. And I usually do that on a Friday night or a Sunday evening. I might do that. I might listen to, 100 pages of the Count of Monte Cristo, and then I might, if I'm still feeling like a reading, I'll do another classic, because I've got 4 on the go at the moment. Although I keep not picking up Anna Karenina, and I'm 3 months behind because I don't even think I finished the first allotment. And yeah, I just can't seem to get into the story. Like, I don't know why. I think it's because it's revolved around like cheating, and I don't like reading about that. And I had no idea what Anna Karenina was about when I went into it. I've never seen the movies either, so I didn't know. I know, sort of want to read it, but then at the same time, I'm like, I'm just not feeling it. So it makes it a little bit hard when it gets like that.
Yeah.
Come on, mouse, keep working. Christina says, I'm going to start Vine Witch on audio and Crochet Away. Oh, I'm so excited for you to read that. I actually ended up buying the books, and they're just as pretty. I got that. They came in the mail the other day, and they're in a matte finish. So that's the Condra. That's book 2. No, that's book 3. That's book 2. And then we got book 1 as well, which this one, it looks more blue on Goodreads. This one's really dark, but still nice all the same. So I was pretty happy. I was really happy with that author. So I thought, why not support her and get some books? And I got Raven's Song, and Raven's Spell is on the way as well from the same author. All very good books, in my opinion. So yeah, they're all my little pile of books that came in. So yeah, maybe I'll start that tonight. Maybe I can add it to July. Yeah, it goes pretty quick. Like, it's a pretty quick read, especially if you listen to your audiobooks fast as well. Dead Woman's Pond is by L.E. Burr, and it's about a woman who finds out that she can see spirits. Oh, that sounds interesting. I like that sort of stuff. Almost halfway done with Yellow Flower contrast squares. Excellent. And the rest is one color basic squares, so they should go quickly. Hoping to be done by the weekend. Awesome. Dawn says, I never stick to TBRs. I'm a mood reader. Yeah, a lot of people are mood readers and whatnot, but I find if I don't pick a TBR, like if I don't pick out some possibilities, and that's maybe what I should call it not a TBR, call it a pile of possibilities. But because I call it a TBR, I think that makes me feel like I should read those, and it gives me a little bit of direction. Because if I don't do that, I find that I'm just not focused. Like, I still read, but I don't read as much as I would like to, and I don't tend to I definitely don't read as much as I normally do if I've got a TBR, for sure. I just feel like I can get through those. It gives me direction, and I don't feel lost, and I'm not like you said before, standing at the shelf for an hour going, what am I going to read? Do you know what I mean? Like, so I think that for me that works really well, because I've tried mood reading before and it just didn't work for me. I ended up watching TV because I couldn't decide. I used to only be a mood reader, but in the last couple of months, I've been really enjoying a TBR. That's awesome. Hello, Courtney. How are you? Thank you very much for joining. And I've been getting stricter with them. That's awesome. Everyone's like, hello. I don't make TBRs. I just have a bunch of books that I want to read. Yeah. And essentially that's what my TBR is, really. Sometimes I might just end up getting to a couple on the pile of possibilities and just pulling them back out and putting them on the shelf, and I don't read them. Your recap Your recap so makes me want to reread the whole series of this one, of the one that you suggested. I am enjoying it. I'm enjoying the fact that it's like set in Australia and it's the outback, and like I live in a small town. Like I've lived in really tiny towns as well. So the whole, dynamics of couples and groups of people and all that sort of stuff, and people being a little bit on the outer, and then something fantastic happens and then they're all drawn into it, and that's sort of how this is all playing out right now in this book. So you should reread it, and you can reread it with me this month because I picked books for Chrissy as well. So gave me all big chunksters too, like they're huge. I make it a TBR of possibilities and then end up reading half of them and the other half are not on it because I'm a mood reader. Yeah. I've got a lot, like when I first started doing to be read piles, I never really stuck to them. As time's gone on, and it's only probably been in the last 3 years, I've got a lot stricter with reading those ones that I pulled out because, like I've got a ton to get through. If I keep putting them off, and nothing will ever get read. So that's why I got a little bit strict with myself. But I don't beat myself up about it if I don't read them either at the same time, if that makes sense. Didn't read during that sprint. We went and got some fast food. I like the pile of possibilities. That's how I roll too. But I like setting goals and buddy reads. Yeah. And that's what I like about having the Discord group as well, because you get in our Discord we've got currently reading and what you finish, and it sort of gives you ideas of books that other people are reading as well, and then the conversation starts going. And in Discord this morning, in the bingo section of it, there was two members that are looking at reading the same book. It's the first book in the Expanse series, sci-fi. It's not something that I would normally read, but my partner has like said, you should read it. It's really good. It's heaps better than the series and on TV and all that sort of stuff. And I just made a comment. It looks like a bit of a buddy read might be happening, and that they've actually, I noticed the notification. They've both said that they're going to buddy read it together and they're going to start it tomorrow. So I like that sort of thing where buddy reads just develop from, a simple bingo prompt, or, someone's put a book up and then people say, oh, that's on my TBR, and then that all sort of starts. I really like that whole aspect of Discord and prompts and whatnot. Courtney saying, how are you doing, Tina? Tina is in the comments, so I'm sure that they will continue on with that. Are you sticking around for another sprint?
I'm going to go, actually.
Yep. What was that?
Thank
Sorry.
Thank you for having me.
Cool. No worries. Yep. I missed the first part of what you said.
Sorry.
It's okay. Awesome. All right. Well, we're going to go to another sprint. For those that haven't visited Sarah's channel before, all the details are down below. And thanks for coming on again. Hopefully we'll see you again next week, and maybe some other people as well. Never know what happens with sprints and whatnot. But I'm glad that you were able to join, and it's always fun having you on the channel.
Okay. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
All right, everyone, we're going to go to a sprint. This sprint will be for an hour. I'm going to go and do some more quilting and have some lunch. So usually at this time, some people decide to head off to bed because it is getting late for a lot of people. So for those that are heading off, thank you so much for joining me again today, and Sarah as well. Appreciate you all being here. And and I will see you all in an hour's time. Happy reading, everybody. Hello. How did everybody go with that sprint? I think I am up to page 120. Or 119. I'm not too sure because I was listening to it and I was just keeping up, but I think that's where I'm up to. I'm not 100% sure. So yeah, I've made pretty good progress in the book so far, and I'm about halfway through the quilt now as well because it's a nice big pattern, so it's actually going a little bit quicker. So I should be finished that. If not this afternoon, I'll be finished it first thing in the morning, and whatnot. So how did everybody else go on that sprint? So you would have noticed there was a little bit of a banner going across the bottom of how many sprints we've got to go. So we still have 2 more sprints to go, which is good. So we should get some more reading. And as I said, I do not know. Actually, I'm probably further along than that. I'm up to, on page 120. I just read a sentence that I finished it off on. So I am about to do, because I'm vlogging this, and so I do a check-in when I do my vlogs at about a page 100, because that's generally my point. If I'm going to DNF it, that's where I'll DNF. I have been known to get to 50% before and then DNF a book, but I am thoroughly enjoying this. So thank you, Chrissy, for picking this. I don't know what you've done to me because there's 7, but I just went and looked on BorrowBox, and they are all on there for the Woody Creek series. I believe you said there were 7, right? So yeah. So I'll be able to continue on with audio, but no, I think I would like to sit down and actually read these physically as well. And I think Savannah might actually enjoy this a bit too. She does like an historical fiction every now and again, but because it's set in Australia, I might be able to convince her. So where I'm at right now is where I think the little girl that went to live with them is about 3, maybe 4. So the story spans 2 decades, and that tells you that on the back of this book. But I'm enjoying it. Like it's pretty easy to listen to as well. Like and there's only been that one sort of time that the derogatory language was used. For the most part, it's okay. So that's not so bad. Where was I up to? I think Courtney had just said that she was off to bed, which I bid her a good night. And Chrissy says, I'm going to borrow it from BorrowBox and just may reread it later in the month. So what I've been doing when I get BorrowBox, so when I borrow a book, you have the opportunity to, on this particular one, when I get the book, I've borrowed it and it gives me 2 weeks. I then basically hit the renew and then hit the renew again, and it'll give me 2 renews, and that gives me over a month to read it. So that's what I've been doing, so I don't lose the book, because I know that I can read them within that time. And anything that I know that I've got on my bookshelf or whatever, and there is an audio with it, I've been adding it to my reading list. So I go and have a look in there first. And I actually thought that this one I had to purchase. It wasn't. It was No Angel that I need to purchase if I want to do the audio, which it is shaping up to be an audio month, I think, on that. But this one, the next sprint, I'm going to finish off the row that I'm doing now, and then I might just have a break and sit down and read for a bit, and then go back to it for the last sprint and whatnot. So yeah. We can. Have you read the entire series, Chrissy? Can you let me know in the comments or in Messenger? We can read along together or something like that. But I'd like to get, before the Meet the Author vlog, I'd like to get the two recommendations from you for that. Not part of this series. I'd like to read some of her. You said she had some standalone stuff. That'd be really good. Tina read 6 chapters. Well done. No YouTube that time. That's awesome. At least you're getting some reading done. That's excellent. Anne's journey is first time joining. Well, welcome to the channel. Thank you very much for joining. And you read about 20 pages. And what are you actually reading? If you can let me know. Chris says, I couldn't find the book I wanted to finish, so I chose that as a reason not to do anything, Sly. Oh no. Oh. Decided to start Vine Witch. I love the transformation. It's good. I really enjoyed that series. And I've still got to edit that vlog. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. And I enjoyed the other two books as well. The first one is good, and the other two were just as good in my opinion. So hopefully you will enjoy them as well. They're a nice, easy read. Like, they're not overly complicated. So yep, there are 7. I have the physical and the Kindle, or the Kindle of them all. Awesome. That is excellent. I wouldn't mind to have these on my shelf, actually. We'll see when we get to the end whether I'll get them. I might just do what I'm doing with the Maisie Dobbs series. Just once every 2 weeks or so, I grab a book and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, so it'd be good. I'm really not liking the biological daughter. She's, for lack of a better term, a little witch with a B. So yeah, like, she's just nasty and a bully, and like, but not just to her adopted sister, that to everybody that she comes in contact with. She's just a little witch with a B. No other way to say it. And I just like, oof. And the adoptive mother's not much chop either. She seems a bit dark, and that's so. And Chris is saying that the series spans the little girl's whole life. Oh, okay, awesome. Well, that's good to know. And they're all on BorrowBox as well. I was just looking before, and I'm like, there was one other book on there, but the one that you mentioned earlier wasn't on there. There was the Woody Creek series and one other book, which I cannot remember what it is. But if I have a look more, I think two, three, four, five, six. No, and nothing else on there. It's just that. Oh, hang on. I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at the series. Just bear with me. So the entire Woody Creek series is on BorrowBox, and then The Silent Inheritance is the other one. So I'll read that because that's on here. And there was one other one you said that was one of your favorites as well. So if you can let me know what that is, and then I can do the comparison. I'm halfway through the Kate Morton one at the moment. I finished this the other day, which absolutely fabulous book. All right, where was I up to? Okay, there I was up to. I'm getting tired, so I'm gonna go. But thanks for the sprints. Have a nice evening. Well, thank you very much for joining, Tina. I appreciate you being here every week. It's a lot of fun catching up with everybody in the comments. Have a good sleep, hun. I know it's getting very late for a lot of people, and I do thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Christina's just saying a good night. I only read. Oh, where'd that go? I only read a bit, was distracted for the first 45 minutes. I may stay up for one more. No worries, hun. Happy to have you here. Oh, God. The neighbours must have got out on parole. They got raided the other day. I come home from the post office, and they were the post office or the shops. I can't remember where I was at this now, but I drove up the street and they were getting raided. So yeah, because they're not great. Chrissy says, yeah, I've read them all. I recommend Henry's Daughter or Malawindi as standalones. Okay, cool. All right. I will have to, if you can send that in Messenger, because I will forget that by the end of these sprints. God, they're just winners. They are just winners. I found the book, so I have to finish it. I'm determined not to procrastinate. All right, well, we're going to hold you to that, Chris. You make sure that you read in the next one. And Chrissy was saying that Silent Inheritance is good too. It's a newer one. Oh, is it? Okay, cool. Well, maybe that's what I should do. Read one of the, like, I'm reading this. When was this published? I can't remember now. I did read that. That was one thing I did read. She's got a lot. Jacaranda Blue, Goose Girl, Yesterday's Dust, Seventh Day, Henry's Daughter, One Sunday, Diamonds in the Mud, and then Silent Inheritance. So this one was first published in 2009. Okay, cool. Awesome. Alrighty then. So if I read that and then read, what was the one that you said? Henry's Daughter or Malawindi as standalones, and then I'll listen to the Inheritance, because I'm going to do this as a Meet the Author vlog. This won't go up until October because I have August done. I have September's, I'm halfway through, and then I can, yeah, so that will work. I can do that. That's easy. Very much so. Yeah, the neighbor saga cracks me up. I know it's full on. Like, that house across there has been the source of my entertainment for the last, well, I've been here since early 2011. So, and we're now in 23. So it has been the source of my entertainment for a very long time. And every family that has moved in there has had something going on, whether it be extreme drug use, selling drugs, whatever the case may be. But as I said to my partner, I would rather have a drug dealer living across the road than a pedophile, in my opinion, and all the rest of it. And the police are very well aware of what goes on over there, and every now and again they raid them, and then they go quiet for a couple of weeks, and then, but the black van's back, the black utes back, and I think that's the person that yeah, I think that's the person that's the dealer in the house. So yeah, and that, but yeah, like, it is what it is. There's not much you can do about it. And as I said, I'd rather have drug dealers across the road, because for the most part they're quiet. It's only every now and again they get an odd one in there that's really noisy and all the rest of it. So it's a lot of fun. And it cracks me up too. They're across the road. They're not as, like, they're noisy, but during the day they don't attract attention to themselves. At night they're relatively quiet, but every now and again they'll get like party happy and all the rest of it, and we don't care about that. It's these ones over here that just party all the time, day and night, and don't stop. The other night we had to go out, and they were gearing up to party on it was on Saturday night, and my daughter walked out in front of me. I had to take her somewhere to one of her friends' place, and there was an emergency and whatnot, and she walked out ahead of me, and she just went off a dial and told them to shut up. And this was like at 11 o'clock at night that we had to go out. And yeah, and so she told them to shut up, and then they've gone, "Oh, sorry, auntie," and I've yelled out, "I'm not your bloody auntie, just go to sleep, stop partying, we need sleep." And they're like, sorry, and they actually went quiet. And then I heard them get in their car and drive off. And then last night we got back really late, and Nerali was driving, and I opened up my door, and she cranked up the stereo, and the stereo in my new car is loud. And I'm like, this is not going to help. She goes, "But it feels satisfying." She turned the music down. I'm just like, oh my goodness. But yeah, and I'm sure if you hang around here long enough, the neighbours are going to be a source of your entertainment each week as well. Sometimes they go quiet for a couple of weeks, and then, you know, it all rears up again, and it gets quite exciting on that. But you know, these ones across here, they're not violent. The last couple prior to the ones that are living in there now were quite violent as well. So we always had the police up here, like, for punch-ups in the street, threatening people, all sorts of stuff. Like, it was really bad and really scary. a lot of the time, because they used to, like, they escalate, and when they escalate, they did it really quickly, and it spill out onto the streets and stuff like that. And I used to have a lot of older people coming here to do classes because I did in-house classes. And so I ended up having to stop them. And I even had to go out and say to the police, because the police frequent up here so much. I went out and seen them one day. I'm like, can you just park up the road and on that side? Stop parking outside my place, because it looks like you're at my house. so so they ended up, oh, sorry. And so they ended up parking up two doors up from their house. There is a vacant lot of land. So they started parking up there instead of outside here. And yeah, and there was a couple of times that, I'd walk people out to their cars at the end of lessons and stuff like that. And there was a couple of times when they started to come out, and I'm like, you need to go, just go now. And I'd get rid of the people that were here, and then I'd walk in the dial on the police, because they're out punching on and with weapons and all sorts of stuff and whatnot. And when I say weapons, baseball bats. There was one time there was a machete that came out. I came in, shut my gate. Yeah, there was quite a number of times that there was all sorts of things that were happening. Thank you. And got some mail, but the computer's in front of the door, so I'll have to go around the long way in the next sprint. Yeah, so there's always been some sort of thing happening over there, but this lot are relatively quiet and whatnot. So yeah. Yeah, I'm going to ask Bob the bookie. He always seems to have heaps I always see heaps of her books at Lifeline Book Fair. She's pretty popular. I do not know why. If she's that, I do not. Let's face it. I just don't. I don't read Australian authors, and that's all it comes down to. I just haven't read a lot of Australian authors. So it's been really good this year, and with Chrissy helping me to read more Australian authors. So I'm pretty proud of myself, because I've been reading a lot. I've read Jane Harper, Sally Hepworth. I've read Kate Morton. Now I'm reading Joy Detman, and I'm sure that there'll be plenty more that you're going to guide me to as well. Amy Marie just joined. Hello and welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for joining. Hopefully you'll spend some time here reading, and let us know what you're reading in the comments. I used to have neighbours like that, set fire to their backyard twice, had a shootout. Oh my goodness. Somewhere I hid in their attic afterwards. Oh my goodness. There was a 3-hour standoff. He's in prison now for 20 years. Oh my goodness. Well, the first family that was in here, they were really bad, really, really violent. It took 5 houses on this street to get them removed, get the kids removed and put into care with their father. And also another young girl that was living there at 15, her dad used to lay into her all the time. And my friend actually lived next door, and she took video footage of it in the end, because the houses are really close across the road. And in her kitchen, she could see into their rumpus room, and she took video footage. But the police could not get the information because of the Privacy Act on who was renting the house out and all the rest of it. And I had a friend in real estate who managed to track it down, and we got that information to the police. My partner worked away at the time, so he was ringing the police going, you need to do something. And it took a long time, but we ended up getting them out, because at that time in our street, we had my 3 girls were still here. I don't only have 1 girl here now. So the 3 girls here. Next door had 3 kids. In the house alone, there was 6 or 7 kids in there. And then my friend lived next door with her 2 kids. And then down the street, there was a heap of teenagers. So they were seeing this, because it was all happening out in the street, and it was really, really scary. Like, I really didn't like going out when they were out and about. I would just stay inside, which is no way to live. But it took a while, but we ended up getting rid of them. No, so yeah. Yeah, but it feels so sort of brilliant. I know my daughter comes out with some classics as when she does something. But it did, like, I sort of like, yeah, but it's not going to help our cause, and it didn't, because at 5:30 this morning they had loud music in their car, and I'm like, Krista, do you do lessons at your house? I used to. I don't do lessons for craft anymore at my house. I used to do sewing lessons, quilting lessons, and all that sort of stuff. Mainly patchwork, not so much quilting on the long arm machine, which you can, that's what that is just here. That's part of my machine. So yeah, so basically I used to do weekly classes. And then when COVID, just before COVID, I started teaching away from the house, doing the same sort of thing. And then in 2018, I started my craft YouTube channel, and I just found it a lot easier to do the craft tutorials online. And basically, yeah. And then I decided that I didn't want to do them at the house anymore, mainly because the neighbours were pretty hectic. And then COVID hit anyway, and that sort of put a stop to everything. And I just decided that retreats is what I do now. So I haven't done them for a couple of years, but next year we're starting our sewing and cross stitch retreats up again. So I'll do 3 or 4 of those a year, and then I do all of my classes now on YouTube. So I have video classes that you don't see on YouTube. So I sell the pattern, and then there's a video class that goes with it. So you get that one-on-one teaching, and I take you step by step through making a handbag or whatever the case may be. So there's lots of different things that I've got in the pipeline at the moment. I'm just sort of one person trying to get all the patterns together. It's a slow, painstaking effort, and eventually I will get them out to pattern testers and stuff like that. It's just a lot of making them myself first to make sure they're right before they go out and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, but yeah, I don't do them anymore. It wasn't that it wasn't worth my time. My life changed, and so I had my granddaughter living with me for a long time, and she is quite the social little butterfly. And while a lot of people don't mind having her in class, there are people that do mind having children in classes. And she's a little Miss Have a Chat. So yeah, I couldn't have her here and all the rest of it. And then, as I said, COVID happened, and that was the end of that. Anne is reading a book called The Man from the Train, and it's about an axe murderer that committed a lot of crimes, some of them unsolved. And the main one is about the Visalia murders in Iowa, USA. That sounds really interesting. I'm assuming it is a nonfiction. I'm going to Bible college, so just reading my Bible, reading Esther, Acts, and 2nd Samuel. Awesome. That is excellent. Getting all your stuff in. Anne is asking, Amy, my pastor is doing a whole sermon series on Acts right now. That is excellent. Retreats sound like fun. I have not heard of anything like that around here. They are a lot of fun. They are a lot of work, but they are a lot of fun. I just threw my bookmark away. They're a lot of work and whatnot, but I like doing them because it's a group of people. We're all together. Sometimes we'll have a project that we'll do. Other times we'll just it'll be anything goes, and people just work on what they want to work on. Cross stitch, we've done natural fabric dyeing and finished, like I've sent out a project for everybody to stitch up before they come to the retreat, and then we've done a finishing class and stuff like that. So yeah, they are a lot of fun. I enjoy going to them. But as I said, they're a lot of work to run, and I usually go to one a year where I'm not running it or anything like that. So, yeah, it's really good to do that, and then I get to sit back and relax, and it's someone else's problem, not necessarily mine. And I love Axe so much. Excuse me. Yes, it is. I love to cross stitch. I do too. We have a little digital cross stitch magazine, which this particular one was in the one that we just released, and we have a Patreon page for that where you can sign up. It's $8.50 a month, and you get 8 issues of the magazine. All that information is down below, and if you're looking for my craft channel too, it is also listed up down below as well. All right, the retreats are a lot of fun. You meet some amazing people. I have made some amazing friends at retreats, and we're still friends today. Like we meet up once a week online, and we go to retreats. We get together once a year and all that sort of stuff. It's a lot of fun when you get to do and share some time with people that are very much like-minded and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, and it can get very raucous too, because like crafting ladies, woof, they're loud. But it's a lot of fun. All right, we are going to go to another sprint because I did hear the timer go off a little while ago. So I'm just going to change it back to a 45-minute sprint, and I'm going to do a little bit more quilting on the quilt, at least get halfway through. I'm about I think I'm a little, this next row will take me a little over halfway. So yeah, so I will be back in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody, and I look forward to seeing how far you've got. Alrighty. Ew. That 45 minutes went very quickly. All right. How did everybody go? Let me just hide that. I am up to page 145. So I'm making pretty good progress today. I don't know what chapter that is. But yeah. Some interesting stuff has happened, but I can't say anything because it'll spoil the book if anybody's going to read it. Yeah, I don't want to spoil it for you, so yeah. But yeah, I'm really enjoying the story. I think my phone's on charge at the moment because it's almost going flat, so I won't move it because if I move it, it'll stop charging. Because I'm using my old charger, but I think I'm up to chapter 12 or 13. Something like that. Let me see, where were we up to? I think we were talking about where are we? Okay, I'm off to work on Esther. Awesome. Got 56 pages done. That is excellent. Excellent. Good reading. I think that was 25 pages for me. I've done some stuff around the house and whatnot as well. So I'm not listening to this one as fast as I normally would because I'm trying to work out who all the characters are. By the time I get to about halfway through, I'll probably end up speeding it up a little bit. And all that sort of stuff. But I think we've been introduced to all the characters now. And all I can say, Chrissy, is, oh my God, Amber, oh my goodness, the main female character that's been in the book so far. She's she's nuts. I've got 40 pages of my library book left to go for today. Awesome. Is that on audio or physical? Oh, you said earlier it was physical books you were reading. That is awesome. You'd be getting ready to go and get the kidlets from school soon, wouldn't you? Annie's journey have 40 pages to go and I'll be done with the book. Excellent. That is awesome. I got to chapter 5 and finished 4 squares, so that is progress. That is awesome. Chrissy Stitches, twinsies, LOL. Jinx. That's awesome that everybody is making a good progress. And yeah. Jinx. And waiting at the school right now. Awesome. Cool. Getting some reading in. I used to like that school pickup time. I'd always go half an hour earlier, sometimes 45 minutes earlier, and I would just sit in the car and just chill that 45 minutes. It was always really good because a lot of time I could, like me, especially on the days that Mia was with Poppy in the truck, it was really good because I'd finish work, I'd finished doing all the things, running around trying to get everything done while she wasn't here, clean the house, all that sort of stuff. And then I usually about 2:15, I would go and sit up at the school and just sit there and wait. It was always a good, relaxing time. Sometimes I'd read, sometimes I'd listen to something, or I'd just listen to the radio or something along those lines. Other times I'd just sit there and do absolutely nothing. Always had something in the car to do but I don't do that now. So I'm actually thinking next week. I got a pair of New Balance shoes on the weekends, a new pair of sneakers. So the weather's sort of starting to warm up here during the day. Like today, it's right now it is what's the temperature? 25 degrees, and it's not windy or anything. It's quite warm. A little bit overcast, but I mean, I've still got a jumper on and whatnot, but that's because my house is cold, but outside's really nice. So I'm thinking starting next week, I'm going to start walking in the afternoon, at 3 o'clock, just go for a walk like I used to, because I used to go at 2:30 and I'd walk up to pick the kids up most days of the week. in winter, I didn't tend to walk as much. I'd get in the car or whatever. And then when I had, I stopped walking in the afternoons altogether. So yeah, I'd like to get back into that because I used to enjoy doing that. So yeah. But we are now pretty much, this will be our last sprint that we go into shortly. Dawn got 9% red and is now up to 56%, and you only started today. That is awesome. Well done. Good job. I like it when a reading session goes well. I read a couple of chapters about bedtime now. Eyes are drooping. Thanks, Nicole. See you next time. No worries. I am just remember, Coda, I am starting book 6 on Friday, your Thursday. So and we have sprints starting 6 hours back. So at top of the hour, 6 hours back. So that's when we started, whatever time that was for you. Yeah, so if you want to come and join and get some reading done on Wheel of Time, yeah, and make sure that you drop in and then you can get some done, and maybe we can keep up with one another. And seeing Sydney's just left us in the dust. That's because we both had a break, though. You know, we I think we both needed that break. And as you said, that you were doing a lot of other things and out and about because it's summer and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. Chrissy is saying, thanks for a lovely day. If I don't get back for the last chatty bit, no dramas, hun. I understand picking up the kids, got to spend time with them and all the rest of it. Thanks for hanging out today. Thank you for the book recommendation. So I'm thinking that you don't hate me now. So, like, when I seen all those chunksters, I'm like, oh my God, Chrissy, what are you doing to me? Like, killing me. Because I had no idea. When I looked the books up, I had no idea. Like, I don't look at page count or anything like that. And I ordered them, and I knew the ones that you had sent me were a decent size. Like, they're not big in my sort of case. And then these other ones are coming in over 500 pages. I'm like, oh. One of them's like 750 pages. I'm like, oh. Anyway, luckily that one I don't have on audio, so I'm going to have to purchase that one. If I like, because most of the other ones, I think all of them except for Hades and No Angel, all the rest I've found on audio, so I can get through them. Like, I don't have to wait until the end of the day. I can still work and listen to them, and then at the end of the day, sit down with them. So I'm halfway through that quilt now, and I'm going to call it a day on that. I've got a bit of paperwork to do, which I won't listen to the book. And then because I had a hectic weekend, I'm just going to relax for the rest of the night. And because the owner of the quilt has said, I'm not coming in till Thursday. So that's given me an extra day to do it, and I don't have to rush it then. I mean, I could stand there and just get it done, and then it'll be done and dusted, but I'd rather not do that, because the more tired I get, the more chance I'll make a mistake, and then I'll have to unpick. So I don't want to have to do that. So I'd rather just chill, have half the quilt done today, half the quilt done tomorrow, like I normally do, and then that'll come out. And then the next 4 are small quilts, so they won't take me long. So I'll be able to do one each day, because they're a lot smaller. And that Coda saying, sounds great. I know, yeah, right. We slacked right off. We did. It's like we got to book 5 and we just went, yeah, I'm done. And we both did it pretty much at the same point. So what does that say about book 5? Because I was on chapter 32 when I put it down. I think you were on chapter 38 or something. No, 28 when you put it down. So it was like we both got to sort of the same point in the book and just went, yeah, no, put it down. But I think that was our mistake. If we had have kept going, I think we probably would have, I don't know. I got a little bit lost in that book, as I was saying a bit earlier, and you also said that you were a little bit lost too. So I think it may have just been that book. Like, yeah, I don't know, because we were going fine up until then. But I'm happy to get back to it, and I've got that project that I've got, which will help me for filming and stuff like that. Right now, in that last sprint, I was listening and I was clearing out my phone because it's saying to me I've only got 16 minutes of filming on it, so I mustn't have emptied my trash. So I'm going through. I got rid of screenshots and all sorts of stuff, because a lot of time I'll take screenshots when I'm watching a video of books that I'm interested in, and there was like a ton of them, so I just deleted all them out. And I'll keep doing that in this last sprint as well. Literally all are my favorite books and authors, and Don't Hate You. I know you don't. It's just like, I'm like, what did I do to Chrissy to do this? Like, I gave her good, like, nice short books. But it's good because I haven't read these, and none of like, I'd heard of Looking for Alibrandi. I mean, that's a movie, or it's a movie, isn't it? Yeah. So I'd heard of that one, but all the other ones I hadn't heard of, those authors. I don't think. Oh well, Sally Hepworth I'd heard of, but I hadn't read anything of hers, and then I accidentally read one. And Leanne Moriarty I've heard of, and I've read one of her books, but all the rest I've not heard of. So it's really good. There's a couple of comments under the TBR. I think it was either under the TBR, maybe on Facebook or somewhere. Someone said, I don't know whether I'd be able to let someone else pick the TBR. I'm actually thinking it's a really good thing. I have had someone else pick for me as well, and I didn't end up vlogging about it. I lost the footage for it, and I never refilmed it, unfortunately. But that was only 2 books. This is my entire month's reading that I've had no pick over. So every book except for the group read, which is the Stitches in Time, Stitches in Crime, sorry. That one was also picked by you too, Chrissy, because that was a recommendation from you at the end of last year. So we made it the group read for this year. So that's been a good series as well. And I think that's it. Like, everything else has been picked by someone else. So we've got the Murder of Mr. Wickham is picked by Storm from Storm Reads. And what else do we have? The Women's Prize for Fiction. That was, that's the short list. We knew that we were going to be reading those, and that was randomly picked, which just happened to be a blue book for Blue Team. So, yeah. It's been pretty much every book this month is being picked by someone else as a read. So that's really good. Good night, Coda. Have a good night's sleep, and have a great day when you arise. And yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate you coming in, and I'll see you on Friday. Everybody's saying night. I think it's great. We should do it every August. I agree. I think we should. So yeah, like a lot of the books that I talk about on the channel and everything like that, all the ones that I've given you are ones that I've got off Kindle Unlimited and all that sort of stuff. But there are some books that I actually don't talk about on the channel that I've read, and stuff like that. So I should be able to recommend a few for you next time as well. And I'll try to make sure that they've got audio with them, because I know that you've got the kids and it makes it a lot harder. Like for me, like a lot of people say to me, oh, how do you read so much? My reading has stepped up to next level because of the audio factor. I never used to be an audio book girl. I used to only read in the morning and at night, and I'd work during the day and I wouldn't have a book. Now I have I've got into audiobooks because I realized I could speed them up. So that means now when I'm working, like I'm at the long arm machine or I'm stitching or I'm sewing, I can have an audiobook going. And like, because I mean, I love crafting and all that sort of stuff, but sometimes when you're here by yourself and all you're doing is sewing, quilting, or stitching because it's your job, it can get a little bit boring and a little bit tedious. So having the fact that I can now speed up, like I learned that you could speed up the audiobooks, because I didn't know that until 18 months ago, maybe 2 years ago. My reading has just grown exponentially. So basically I'm really happy that I was able to do that, and all that sort of stuff. So I'll make sure when I pick your books, Chrissy, that I'll make sure that they do come with audio.
and worst case scenario is I can always give you my code for Audible if they're on my Audible. And then that way you can listen to them and whatnot. So, because I know it's a lot easier with the kids to have audio than actually sit down and all the rest of it. But as and I think we should do it, make it the August thing. Yes, audio is easier with the kids, but that said, I love sitting down with a book as well. Yeah, and it's not always easy to do. I find. Even with my kids being teenagers, the moment they see me pick up a book and sit down with a cuppa, suddenly they have all the emergencies in the world. And it's like, seriously, I just want to sit down and read my book. Like the other night, I got into bed. It was like 9:30 when I climbed into bed, and I set myself up with all my pillows. I had my little thing because I don't hold books in bed. I've got a little pillow that's got different angles on it, and I sit it on so it doesn't hurt my wrist and I'm not straining it, because I mean books are heavy and whatnot. And it sort of sits open like that, and I can read it, and it just sits on my lap, and I'm all propped up. I read a total of 2 paragraphs, and then Neroli come in, and suddenly she needed to tell me everything that had happened to her, minute by minute, second by second, of that day and the day before and the day before that. She thought she was it's like she got the zoomies, like the cats do. And I'm like, seriously, what the heck? And I'm sitting there being so patient, listening to every word. And then after an hour, I just looked at her and said, I love you, baby girl. I said, but can you please go away? It's 10 o'clock at night. I need you to go away. She just looked at me, she goes, how rude. And she goes, I've only been in here for 15 minutes. I went, no, you've been in here for an hour and 10 minutes, love. And I've listened to everything that you've said without interrupting you and all the rest of it. I said, but you need to go away now because mummy needs to read. And she just looked at me. And I was just like, out. Get out of my room. It is after 9 o'clock at night. Out, out, out. I do not need to mother you right now. Go away. So, yeah. But I love sitting down with a physical book. And saying that, she's physical all the way. I've tried audio so many times and I just can't do it. I have a Kindle that I hardly ever use. I have a Kindle as well. I mainly use my Kindle for Kindle Unlimited books, which I have found some amazing books on Kindle Unlimited. One which was the Vine Witch series that I just read. And I am getting better at my Kindle. But it's not my first preference. Physical is my preference all the way. I like nothing more than sitting down with a cuppa and my book and just reading, or sitting in the park with a book and reading and all that sort of stuff. But it is sometimes hard to get books here in the physical where I live. I don't have a bookshop here. I only have access to Amazon or online shopping. So, and that can get quite expensive with postage and all that sort of stuff. So sometimes, like the last month's group read on our Discord, the Discord members pick, I couldn't get it anywhere. Couldn't get that. I wasn't going to pay $40 for a paperback because that's how much it was, and that was on Amazon. I couldn't even find it in any of the bookstores that I normally shop online. It was just as expensive on Fish Pond and Booktopia. And I'm like, I didn't want to pay $40 for a book that I may or may not like. So I was only able to get it on Kindle. And I'm glad that I did. And it was still $16 on Kindle, or $14, something like that. And I'm glad that I did, because I ended up DNFing it because it was putting me to sleep. I just don't think I was in the right headspace to read about it. I just wasn't finding it interesting at all. Christy has subsequently... he's part nearly all the way through, I think Chrissy said, and another group member, he's also nearly all the way through it, and they are enjoying it. And I have no doubt in my mind that maybe later down the track I will. The problem was I just didn't feel a connection with the lady that was telling her story. And then I picked up another nonfiction, which was a memoir as well, but that was about an Australian woman that had joined an ashram, and I'm still reading that right now. And I instantly connected with that because there was a lot of memories and stuff that were popping up for like triggering memories from when I was a kid and stuff like that with that book. And so I was connected more to that, and I just couldn't get to the other one. And like, if I had bought that physically, it was going to cost me $40. So that's where the Kindle comes in handy for me. But it is not my first preference. I have a ton of books on there because I get BookBub. So I've got a lot of thrillers on there that are like have been free and whatnot. And if I can get the Audible with them, I will get the Audible. But I read a lot of KU books, Kindle Unlimited books, because they've been great books. And then a lot of time, if they're a really good book or they're a 5-star book, I'll actually a 4 or 5-star book, and I've enjoyed the author's writing and I've read a lot from them, I'll actually buy them in the physical, so I can read them at a later date. Because when you read a lot of books, you tend to forget what you've read after a little while, the older you get. So yeah. But yeah, I'm getting better at using it, but I always go for the physical first. So if you watch any of my TBRs, like the bingo one that I just put up on the weekend, I actually picked all the books on that are all off my physical. And I think the last round were all off the physical shelf as well. The round before that, I had all physical bar one. And pretty much all of the books on my August TBR are also in the physical as well, although one still hasn't come, so I don't even know if I'm going to get to it. Still doesn't have an ETA, so if it doesn't show by the end of the month, I might end up just cancelling that order and get it on Kindle. So yeah, I'm happy to buy Audible books too. Always have a few spare credits just in case. Yeah, whenever I've got like I get my regular credit, and then I get the free book that they offer, the editor's pick, and then whenever I've got a spare, like if I've got spare money out of my book allowance, I'll buy some extra credits. I just used up my last credit the other day, so I've got to get a little bit more. I probably won't buy any physical books in the next month, and I'll just buy a heap of Audible credits and whatnot, because sometimes, yeah, I know how it is. We know how it is, right? Where was I up to? My kids always did that with their bedtime when they were younger. It's bedtime now, I need to talk. Yeah. Or they all of a sudden they're dying of thirst. They're in a desert somewhere. I used to walk out of the bedroom. I'm like, yep, we've just gone to the Sahara. They're dying of thirst. They must have a liter of water right now. It's so funny. And saying, if I'm reading and someone tries to talk to me, I hold up a finger until I get to the end of the paragraph, and then I'll acknowledge them. Yeah, no, my kids just keep talking over the top of me. They've grown immune to my hand coming up, or the only time they'll stop is if I'm live streaming and I put my hand up, then they'll stop because they don't want to be on camera, and they have a bit of respect. But when they've got no respect if I'm holding a book. They're funny little critters. Christina is saying, that takes talent. If I see them standing there, I lose track of where I am. Read the same sentence over and over. That's what I do. It's just easier to stop. Yeah. I get very frustrated then if I've read the same thing, like I've already read that, and it's like I get a glitch in my brain, like I can't go past that point. So yeah, I can relate to that, Christine. Oh, kids. Oh, gotta love them. They're painful at times, but you gotta love them, right? All right, we're going to go to our last sprint. Let me just reset that timer because we actually talked for a little bit longer than expected, 25 minutes then. All right, let me just refresh that and start the timer. I'll come back for a little bit of a chatty bit, see how you all went with the last sprint. But as again, we will be we'll be back on Friday or Thursday evening for more sprints. So, but I'm actually going to be reading and not doing anything else. I'm actually taking the day off because I need to have a day off and not do anything. So yeah, it'll be good. All right, let me start this timer, and I will see you all in 45 minutes. All right, how did everybody go? I got another 30 pages read, which is good. So yeah, pretty happy with my reading today. I'm up to page 171. So yeah, it's been a good reading day, or listening day at least. And it's been a bit productive and whatnot. All right, where were we up to? So yeah, I'm enjoying the story, and we're getting a little bit of backstory about the midwife now and all the rest of it. Yeah, so I'm assuming that because it started off as book one, I thought it must have been broken up into books, but it's not. So it's just that this is book one in the series. But yeah, I'm definitely going to look at the rest of the series and see what it's all about and whatnot. So yeah, all righty, where were we up to? We were talking about kids that interrupt, and I think we were up to Christina's comment, which was that they say, "I don't mean to interrupt." Yeah, don't mean to interrupt you, but and it's just like, oh. And I hear them coming as well when I'm in the bedroom. I can hear them walking up the hall. I'm like, yeah, and my room is the only room that's up here. So I've got my craft room and then my bedroom. So there's no reason for anybody to come up unless they're coming to my room. So, yeah. And Christina says her hubby probably does it more than the kids. Actually, I'd have to agree with that too. Although, I do it just as much to my husband because I don't realise he doesn't sit down and read books. He listens to books because he's always in the truck. And so he's always got an earpiece on, and I forget that he's got the earpiece on listening to his book when he's walking around the house, and I interrupt him all the time, and he just looks at me, and I'm like, I'm sorry. Oh, dear me. Dawn had during that sprint went off to bed, and if you're still here, good night. Hope you have a good night's sleep. But that was a while ago, so I'm guessing you're very much long gone. Rolanda says, I'm back. Sorry, been gone all day. Lots of errands done. It looks like it was good timing, though. Yes, we are just about to wrap up. For the day, we've been very busy getting lots of reading in, and I've been quilting and listening to a book as well. I got 54 pages done. I've got 6 left to go. That is awesome. Another 5 chapters and 5 squares. Very good and productive sprint. So are you reading Vine Witch? Is that right, Christina? Hopefully you're enjoying it. That it's pretty quick, like it reads pretty quick. It's fairly fast paced, and whatnot. So yeah, I'm halfway through my quilt, and yeah, so it's all good. You had already gone by the first sprint, so the customer isn't coming in till Thursday. So instead of trying to rush this quilt now, I can do half today, and I'll do half in the morning, and then it's done. I'm not putting out any videos on the craft channel this week again. I've got 4 quilts that I've got to get done, and editing and filming will take too much time and all that sort of stuff, so I'm just not going to bother putting any out on that one. So yeah, I think I'll be back next week with any luck. I'll probably put out 2 videos again for the ABC, but no other tutorials because I'm away as well. So yeah. There's something about reading a book that just annoys some people. They take it as if it's time to start a conversation. I know, it's so terrible. Like, and Christina says, yes, it is Vine Witch. Are you enjoying it? I hope you are, because like I thoroughly enjoyed that series. And I read all the books back to back because at the end of the day, they're only about, I think the first one's like 269 pages and the other 2 are around maybe a little bit more than that. So really it's not a lot of pages to read over a week, especially if you're listening to them. Like you can get through them pretty quickly. And the best part is they are on Kindle Unlimited as well. And Jenny says, Nicole, I'm so glad that I randomly found you looking for sprints. No, so much. That's awesome. I've had a lot of fun and have scheduled all your reading sprints in August to remind me. Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I did see that I had some notifications from Discord, and I believe your name popped up there. So looking forward to getting to know you a little bit better. And as I said earlier, we'll be back on Friday, Australian Eastern Standard Time, Thursday evening if you're in the Northern Hemisphere. So yeah, and we do that every week. So yeah. Chris says, I like to get to read a book I choose for enjoyment, but still have so many books I need to review. It's like having another job. Yeah, I actually got approved for several audiobooks on NetGalley. I thought I'd give it another go again because I was like there was nothing there that I really wanted to read in the Read Now stuff in the audio. And I just thought I'd do the audio because they're quick, you know, I can speed them up and all that sort of stuff and I can fit them into my day. And I thought I'll give it another go. And I applied for several. I've been rejected for 3, but the other ones that I actually got. And there was one Read Now that I'd like to read as well. But I'm having problem getting, like I've got 2 Read Nows. One went to my Kindle okay, but the other one wouldn't go to my Kindle, even though it said it was available to go to my Kindle. And I can't, like, reading it on my phone is not great, and I don't want to sit at my computer and read it. So I don't know, maybe I might just return it and then add it to my shelf again and see if it downloads that way, because I couldn't get it to do it, and it's got the files there for it and all that sort of stuff, so I have no idea what's going on. But I'm pretty excited about it. I've started reading one of them. As I said, it went to my Kindle okay, from Book Sirens, though not from NetGalley. And I don't know what I was thinking that the book was about, but it seems to be like a thriller. I thought it was a historical fiction, but anyway. It is what it is. I'm about 6 chapters into that, and it seems like a really interesting book so far. So it's been a kidnapping and all that sort of stuff, and yeah, I think there is. I don't know if it's like it's reading like a historical fiction, but I think it's got magical elements to it. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure right at this moment. So yeah. Christina says, thanks for the sprints, more productive than I've been in the past few days. That's awesome. I'm so glad. So glad that you got a lot of your blanket done and you got some reading done and all that sort of stuff. But you are getting very late in the early hours of the morning, I believe, for you right now. So you must be pretty tired or getting close to midnight. Rolanda says that Savannah popped in while she was out. It's all good. And booped like that. Don't know what that one's about. Yes, completely enjoying. When I read, I tend to have a movie in my head, very visual. Yeah, I'm the same. It's fun. Could be a good show. I think it would be too. But not as good as the one in your head. That's exactly right. All right, we have got to the end of the comments, and I have to go. I've got 5 minutes before I've got to go and pick up my youngest daughter from work. So I'm going to wrap it up for today. Thank you to everybody that joined me today. I've had a lot of fun. It's been very productive. I'm looking forward to the rest of the week, getting a lot more quilting done and whatnot. But I am mostly looking forward to Friday of not doing anything but reading, because I definitely need a day off by then. And Christina is saying it's 2 a.m. Yes, maybe you should think about going to bed. Yes, but if you're a night owl, it's easy to stay up to those hours. I get a bit like that too. But as I said, that is it for me today. Have a wonderful day or evening or early hours of the morning, everybody. Have a wonderful sleep. And I will see you all on Friday, Thursday evening. Have a great week, everybody. And I hope you get lots of reading done. Bye.